I'm sorry, I was looking. Okay. Now I'm going to just set up the camera. Now, last question. Mic. I want to connect mic to this device.
यूएसबी माइक है ना?
Yeah.
यूएसबी माइक कनेक्ट कर दीजिए बस. कोई भी यूएसबी में चलेगा.
इसने ये वाला किया. ये mic.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So I plug this to the caster, right? Okay. And the link for this game is going to be same link as what we have.
ऑटोमेटिक स्कोर कार्ड. हाँ, ऑटोमेटिक स्कोर कार्ड पे आ जाएगा.
Okay, great. Awesome. So, let me just test it before I let you go.
एक काम करना है आपको.
हाँ.
वो कैमरे में ना डेमो मोड ऑफ करना है. नया कैमरा है ना, उसमें डेमो मोड है.
Okay, how about now? Is this good? Sound?
8 seconds. It will take 15 seconds for me to come. It's coming.
Okay. Right now, it's from the camera.
Hold it from there.
Right now, but she's getting you very close.
Okay.
She's catching. Should I get the camera more close to you? Maybe?
Yeah. Boom camera not ready.
So I'll get the camera. I'll move the camera location so it's close to Brian.
Perfect.
And then meantime we'll figure it out how to fix it on the next device.
That's fine.
I'll figure out how. बीच में एक बार एक काम कीजिए. अभी एक drop off. I wanted some help, but I'll call you back. Ranjit ji, एक काम. Go to camera पे जाइए.
Wait, hold on. Let me just set this up first. I'll make sure this is working fine.
You here?
Yeah. Brian, you bring the device here so you can move this guy on the other side.
Alright, yeah, that's fine.
This way, like you could see what's going on.
Yeah.
You can bring power bank here. This one? Yeah, the power bank. Yes. You charge power bank that you had? Huh? Charge the power bank. करना है? You fully charge already? Let's check.
That's right.
Yeah.
फोन लेके जाता हूँ बाकी ग्राउंड पे
This demo mode just starts putting ads on it. I want to turn on that off quickly before I do anything else. Set up.
The same bowler, Rada?
Yeah, same.
Okay.
How are you, Ranji?
How are you? Good to see you again.
Great to see you.
Just getting things going, as always. You know, the first day is always messy. So,
I know when I can start.
we'll get to-
You good to go?
we'll test it. We'll do it.
Much sitting time. Much sitting.
Charge, both one.
Angie. Angie, let me know when. Good to go right now? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Albany, New York for the 2025 version of the National Women's Cricket League Tournament, T20. This is a matchup featuring the Atlanta Super Lions and the SoCal Spikers here on field number 3 at the brand new New York Ovals in Albany, New York. Atlanta Super Lions won the toss, elected to bat. The opening batters are Arya Priyanshi and Shobhi Bangwal. Score after 3 overs and make that 3 overs and 3 balls is 9 without loss. Opening bowlers Shreyasi Mukund and Radha Maheshi. Both been extremely frugal to start out with. Scoring rate of 2.57 means that the Atlanta Super Lions are getting a little bit of difficulty finding the ball to come off the square. But a long day's worth of cricket ahead of us. And again, this is the Atlanta Super Lions against the SoCal Spikers here in the fantastic New York Oval. By the way, this is Brian Walters. I'll be with you for the entirety of this tournament. That is the end of over number 4, Radha Maheshi with a very frugal over. The score after 4 is 9 with a loss. So 9 without loss after 4. Of course, the first 6 overs are the power play overs. So 2 more overs remaining here in the power play, and the 5th over. The penultimate over the power play will be bowled by the new bowler, going to be Akshara Bhavanesh. Right arm over the wicket. Opening batters Arya Priyanshi and Shubhi Bangwal. Opening partnership worth 9. Shubhi Bangwal 3 from 8. Arya Priyanshi 6 from 16. And this now is the first delivery. Swept into the offside for a single. So again, if you're having trouble getting the ball off the square, sometimes the best thing to do is look for opportunities to pick up those singles. No boundaries yet struck. Relatively small ground. The straight boundaries are 49 and 48 yards respectively. 49 to the north, 48 to the south. A little bit bigger on the square boundaries. Square boundaries west 57 yards and east 59 yards. A little bit of a fumble here, and you go for a couple of runs when there really should just have been one. So captain will be probably a little irritated at that. Captain Simiksha Shivakumar. So a couple of runs, and you look for ways to sort of get the ball rolling, so to speak. And your scoring rate is now just picking up slightly. It's a little bit tricky to get going. Relatively damp conditions. The pitch itself is just a little moist. But after having chosen to bat first, the Atlanta Super Lions are looking for ways to sort of capitalize on that start. 12 runs on the board as of right now projects to a score of 53. So you'll need a lot more than that, I would think, because conditions in theory will be better batting second as the sun has the opportunity to dry out the pitch just a little bit. The ball will come on a little better to the bat, you would think. But scoring would be easier in the second half of this innings. That delivery is too far outside the line of off stump for the liking of umpire Edward Clark, man from Barbados. That is the first wide of the day. And Edward Clark, the umpire, standing at the northern end of the ground. The umpire currently at square leg. The southern end of the ground is Yuvraj Singh. Full delivery, played into the offside. Relatively straightforward single there. So again, this pair is just looking for ways to find the opportunity to manufacture some runs. 8 balls remaining here in the power play. Opening match that we're covering here in the National Women's Cricket League T20 New York Open. This tournament has been going on now for a number of years. This is the first year that it has come to this new facility. All turf grounds, so if you're anywhere near the New York area, meaning the upstate New York area, please feel free to come by and check out what I think is going to be a fantastic tournament. 1 ball remaining here now in over number 5. So a lot of runs in this over so far. 6, which doesn't sound necessarily like a lot, but that's easily the highest scoring over in the match so far. And this pair having a little bit of trouble initially, but now runs apparently are just starting to tick through with a little bit more ease than what they've experienced. Last ball of over number 5 from Akshara. In the air, and just lands short of the fielder and covers, and that will be the end of over number 5. Beneficial over here for the Atlanta Super Lions. 6 runs coming from it. The score is 15 without loss. So 15 without loss. 5 overs in, so you're 4th of the way through this innings. The last over of the power play now will be bowled by a new bowler. We'll get the name of the bowler here shortly, but pleased to be joined here in the commentary area by a young lady who is no stranger to these parts, Miss Chelsea Douglas. Good morning. So it's a little bit noisy. Don't know exactly whether or not everyone can hear you, but for the 2 or 3 people who do not know who you are, please introduce yourself and say what you're doing here.
I'm here taking in this lovely tournament in this beautiful facility, New York Ovals. My first time here. Happy to see such lovely grounds and so many participants.
A lot of participants. This is not something that you would associate normally with New York. New York, you think high grass in the outfield. This is a very high. Speaking of high, that is a high delivery, and that's going to be a no ball. The new bowler is Alira Kathleen, and I think she's going to have to concede a free hit here. But if you had some advice to give to these young ladies who are playing in this tournament, what would that be?
Be confident in yourself. Play to your strengths. Enjoy the game. Have fun every time you go out there. Be a team player. Be willing to do what is needed for the team. And always take improvement as a tool that would carry you further. Don't be stuck in your game. Always want to improve.
So that sounds very much like the words of a coach, and you yourself, after your playing days have been completed, are pretty well-respected coach here in the New York area and beyond. Talk a little bit about the difficulties of coaching and what you look to accomplish when you have the young ladies under your tutelage.
Difficulties is not what I would say, really. I would say new challenges. Having players who may not come in with the belief, but making sure that they leave with it and they learn something not only for the field, but for life on a whole. How to go forward with, the confidence needed and that believing in yourself, how far that can go. And we work on the skill and the mind and everything in one when you come and you coach at Chelsea Capital. So yeah, that's it basically.
So believing in yourself, and that last delivery, full toss, waist height, and pummeled through mid-wicket for 4. So talk about the importance of taking opportunities that present themselves to you when you're batting.
Yeah, when it comes to batting, you have to be in the mindset to put runs on the board at every possible chance you get. Bad balls, you make sure you punish them. You make sure you find the singles, rotate the strike, and really put the runs on the scoreboard to help your team be successful. It's very important.
Words of wisdom. That is the last ball in over number 6. Power play done and dusted. 22 runs without losses your score. First over outside of the power play, 22 runs on the board. And this is going to be Akshar Bhabanesh continuing. And so back here we have the great Chelsea Douglas for another few minutes. Chelsea Douglas, a former Trinidad and Tobago youth national player, former player on the development team roster for the U.S. and a current USA Development Committee member. So the development piece is the piece that I think is most important. Tell me about what your priorities there are in that role.
Yeah, so for a place like USA, where cricket is not one of the major sports, I mean, it's been growing throughout the years, and it really does have a large market to tap into. Development is, integral. We have to start to really put our resources into the grassroots programs, getting into the schools, getting more people playing, not just the known cricketing country nationals, but USA nationals from all variety, all backgrounds.
And so as a coach, the current undefeated coach of the New Jersey Eagles, you've seen a lot of these players up close rather, and you'd also have seen their development over the years. So from a standpoint of development, talk about how important it is for these players to continue to hone their craft as they go through one stage to the next, one tournament to the next.
Yeah, it's important. The game is evolving in many ways. Look at the different shots we play now compared to past years. You have to be very much inventive as well. So that comes with developing your skill, growing as a player, not being stuck, being open to learn, open to grasp new things. So it's always important to develop yourself as a player.
The majority of the players here, I think it's fair to say, are all from South Asia. One or two from the Caribbean, but one glaring, let's call it, opportunity would be to introduce the sport to players who don't necessarily know it, or to communities that don't know it. So how would you sort of provide in terms of an opportunity to introduce the sport to people who are not from cricket playing countries? What's the priority for introducing the game to them?
Yeah, so that's where going into the schools is integral. Going into the schools, that's where you're going to get the different, groups. You want to go into those areas where they don't know about cricket. Tap into those who are involved already into baseball, softball, tennis. All these sports are similar to cricket in many ways. So you tap into those areas as well.
Going into schools, tell me about that in New York, because you're not in upstate New York, you're from
New York City.
Let's call it the city. How difficult is it to go into the city, into the Jersey area?
Jersey.
How difficult is that?
No, we have to have a program, right? We have to, as USA Cricket, we have to come up with reaching out to the districts, setting up a program. I've spoken to the committee about having a team employed by USA Cricket that their sole purpose is to do this, like target 10 districts and have a quarterly program in that area, going into the schools every week, two, 3 times for the week, and that's their primary role, to develop the game, to get people knowing about it. So we have to consistently do things like that. It's not going to happen overnight if we're just going to do it for one season or things like that. We have to do it consistently. That should be the goal for USA Cricket, getting a team together that is their function, their role to develop the game from the schools.
As far as this game is concerned, 29 runs on the board, you're into over number 8, projected score of 81. Yes, brand new ground, but what do you think is a decent score from here?
From here, 29, 8 overs. I would say a decent score. I mean, it's always important to go over 100 in a T20, you know, in a T20. So I think that should be the goal to push, to go over 100. Over 120 is always good, you know. Yeah, so I would say a minimum of that, and really push to get to 150 if you can. But it's tough, you know. I run a tough camp, so. But if they get to 90, they still might have a fighting chance, you know.
So Coach
Don't know
Chelsea
the teams that well.
and Coach Chelsea Douglas, who is currently an ICC in Cricket West Indies and USA Level 2 coach. What would you say to these players if 150 is what you're looking for from them? How do you get them to accelerate past 4 runs and over, which they're scoring at right now?
Yeah, so they have to find the gaps, and they have to push by being always with a greater intent to get the runs going. Take up the singles, take up the twos. When the bad ball come, punish it. You know, you got to do that. You can't have much dot balls in a case like that. So, I mean, they trickle in along, but they have to at least get a minimum of 6 runs and over, you know, to really push that score. I mean, right, there's some intent. She hits that one over there, can get 2. You see, they only take 1. So that's, you have to push yourself, you know?
That's interesting. You say get ones. Every ball in this over so far has gone for a single. So that's more the intent that you're looking for. 6 runs and over from here gets them to 106.
Right.
So mentally, the score above 100 is something that you'd be looking for, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The last ball here in over number 8. And that is the first dot ball of what really was a productive over. Not necessarily in terms of runs scored, but I think from the standpoint of intent. 5 runs coming from the over. End of 8, 33 without loss. Coach, how much longer do we have you for?
I think for this moment, I will briefly depart for now. And maybe later on, who knows?
Maybe later on, who knows? Absolutely wonderful chatting with you, Coach. We will see you soon.
Thank you.
So, end of over number 8. Back to the game that we're covering here. 33 runs without loss. The scoring rate has picked up, albeit marginally, but certainly the intent has been there. And after 8 overs, the last 12 coming up, openers Arya Priyanshi and Shubhi Bangwal getting just a little bit more momentum. Shubhi Bangwal 7 from 16. Scoring rate or strike rate of 44. Arya Priyanshi 20 from 33, and she has struck the only boundary to be struck in this inning so far. Her strike rate is 61, so she's looking for ways to accelerate. And this now is going to be a different bowler coming from the south, and from the north rather. It's going to be Sonia. Get Sonia's last name here as soon as we can get it. But in the meantime, she's a right arm seamer bowling over the wicket. Arya Priyanshi on strike. First delivery, well down the leg side. And that is going to be another wide signal by umpire Edward Clark. So with 33 runs on the board, and as we heard earlier from Coach Chelsea Douglas, if you're looking for an area to improve and the area that is most likely to form an impact, it's aggressiveness running between the wickets. Yes, 4s and 6s have their place, but the intent running between the wickets sometimes can be the most important element of this game. So dot ball here from Sonia. I think you'll see from the way that she started out here, Sonia, that she's a relatively good bowler. Sonia Dingankar is her name. Going here in over number 9. So you're getting to the point of the innings where you want to start accelerating. She's in the air. Want a single. Took off relatively late. A better throw, a more accurate throw from short cover would have been interesting. That is the captain herself, Shiva Kumar, in that area. Not able to pick up, or at least picked up cleanly, but not able to hit directly. A direct hit there, I think, would have seen the back of Arya Priyanshi. In the meantime, they continue on. Opening partnership now worth 34. Good looking delivery in terms of the length, but the line is too far outside the line of off stump. Again, Edward Clark, the umpire, signaling the wide. And from where you are now, you're looking for ways to get to the three-figure score that we talked about with Miss Coach Chelsea Douglas. 36 runs on the board. The scoring rate from here would need to be above 6 for you to get to a score of, oh, direct hit. What happened here? A no ball called and a lot happening. Direct throw or direct hit from short cover. Found the middle of the stumps, but I think the non-striker did just get back in the crease. So not given out from that standpoint. Of course, you can be given out on a no ball. But more to the point, this next delivery is a free hit. So the first, make that the second no ball that you've seen in the match so far. The first no ball was bowled by Alira Catling, but that was because of the height. In other words, full toss above waist height. But this time it's a free hit. Powered away into the deep. Good looking shot, but there's coverage out there. So it should just be a single. And I'll tell you what, 2 runs is what they come back for, and it is a run out. Oh, of all the things that you would not want to have happen on a free hit. Dismissal, run out at the non-striker's end, so you get the 1 run, but the run out sees the back of the opening batter. That would be Arya Priyanshi, and unfortunately, I think a little bit of hesitation there is what cost them the wicket. Had they committed to 2 runs immediately, it easily could have been 2. That ball was hit to the right of the field, make that the left of the field at deep square leg. And that boundary out there is 58 yards or 57 yards. So it's not necessarily a small boundary, but it's not gigantic. But I think there was more than enough time there for a second run. So a lot happening all in that passage of play. You get 1 run, there was the no ball, and then the resultant free hit resulted in the dismissal of the non-striker Arya Priyanshi. So the opening partnership broken, 37 runs on the board. 37 for, make that 38 runs on the board, and 38 for 1 is your score. New batter at the non-striker's end on the leg side. So a handful of extras here in this innings to make that innings over. And I would think that aggression has to be tempered with intent. What I mean by that is you want to look for opportunities to get quick runs. You also don't want to run yourself out. And in particular, Coach Chelsea Douglas and all the other coaches will tell you to run the first run hard. If you don't run the first run hard, then that leaves you guessing as to whether or not you can get that second run, and it ends up being that you get run out. Get another wide here. So pretty ragged over being bowled by Sonia Dingankar. Successful over from the standpoint that the first wicket partnership was broken, but you do want to make sure that you capitalize on the opportunity to score runs. You certainly don't want to give away the wickets. And yet another wide, so she's going to have to adjust the radar here just a little bit. Just Dingankar. Bevy of extras all of a sudden. So pushing up toward 40, but up that 40 you've had 10 extras, so a full 25% of the runs being scored in extras, and not a very effective way to score runs, at least to restrict the opposition from scoring runs. She gets that one on the right spot though. Short of length on the stumps, just defended into the covers for no run. That's the captain in that area. It is Simiksha Shivakumar. Last 2 balls of the over. Short. And she works it down the ground. She should get a save. How quickly do they run? No, they don't look for a second. Realistically, I don't think there was a second run there in any event. So you take the 1. But the intent is what you want to see. And so now the new batter is going to be Advika Ganapati Subramanian. She is essentially going to be looking to try to recreate some of that momentum. And as the captain of the side, you know that she will have the intent on her mind. So you want to look for ways to recreate the momentum that was generated the last several overs. So this is the last ball of over number 9. Short delivery, pulled away into the leg side, but straight through. In fact, it goes right through the fielder at square leg, so they'll get a single. That single closes things out in over number 9. So an eventful over, a lot of extras, but a wicket was taken. Opening wicket partnership was broken. So at the end of over number 9, the score is 4-3-1. So my apologies. A second ago I said that Advika Subramanian was the captain. She's actually the vice captain. Captain is Michaela Augustine. And Michaela Augustine, you would think would be coming in shortly. And in the meantime, the bowling coming from the southern end of the ground. Over number 10, about to be bowled by Bhumika Havinash. It is Advika Subramanian on strike. In the air, oh my goodness, lands short of the fielder in the covers. That should have been taken. They'll get 2 runs, but all the effort in the world is what you'd have wanted to see there from the fielder in the covers. That ball landing short of her, but it was in the air for long enough, you would think, for her to have been able to take that. So that goes down as another miscue in the field. The SoCal Spikers not necessarily giving of their best at the moment in the field, and you'd want to make sure that they correct those errors. In the air, just over the top of short mid-on. Do they get 2? No, they only get 1. In fact, now they come back for the second. A belated effort, and it results in yet another run out. Oh my goodness. Run the first one hard is what you always say, but you compound the error of not running the first one hard by going for a non-existent second run. She was run out that time, Subi Bangwal, by easily 5 yards. So essentially not the best of cricket that you've seen. Probably you could argue from both sides, and you think that they're much better than they're giving in terms of an account of themselves at the moment. So the second wicket goes down. Both openers have been run out, and it is now 46-2. Four to 6-2. Both opening batters were out or have been dismissed. Both opening batters, you could argue, should still have been at the wicket were it not for, let's call it, some ordinary running between the wickets. So the new batter is going to be Makshagna Mila. she is at the non-striker's end. It will be Advika Subramanian to continue 4 from 3. And here is next delivery played into the short mid-on area. You get a single here. So decent over being bowled here by Bhumika Havinash. Again, this is the 10th over of the innings. So you'll be at the halfway stage after this over has been completed. You want to get yourselves in the position where you start generating momentum, but part of generating momentum would include being more judicious as you judge your runs. I think that would be an opportunity that this pair will want to work through. On the leg side, goes for wides. They'll get 1. There's plenty of opportunity for the second run. Oh my goodness. So you should have gotten an extra run there, end up not getting it. 2 runs to the total because it was a wide and then they did run that one, but you would have thought that there was an opportunity for the second run there. So again, opportunities for, let's call it, motivating yourself to take advantage of the runs that are on offer. On the leg side this time, 1 is the call, and I think this time there really was just 1. Bit of an errant throw, but they're not able to capitalize on it. So you're 1 ball away here from being at the halfway stage. Don't know if they'll take a water break. I would think that a water break would be an offer. Not necessarily the hottest of days, but a water break would be what you want. This one going down the leg side, attempted sweep, nothing on it, but it goes as a wide. So that is extra number 14. Plenty of opportunities for you to score here with the gifts being provided to you by the bowling side. And with 1 legal delivery left here in the innings, make that in the over. Let's see how they can close out here. Field for leg number 4. Umpire Yuvraj Singh is on mood. That is the end of over number 10. We're halfway through the innings and the score is 51 for 2. So, as we suspected, a water break will be taken. And at the end of over number 10, 51 for 2 is your score. We will be back shortly. back here at field number 3 at the New York Oval. Continuing the first match here of the National Women's Cricket League T20 New York Open 2025. Atlanta Super Lions versus SoCal Spikers. Starting over number 11, first delivery there that you just saw bowled by the captain, leg spinner Samiksha Sivakumar. Pulling outside off, attempted drive goes right. Tossed up in the air, this should be a wicket. No, lands safely. She just did place that one very accurately. It lands in no man's land, or no person's land if you will, for a single. A good 2 balls here to start the second half of this innings by Samiksha Sivakumar. And as soon as I say that, I jinx her because she fires one down the leg side for yet another wide. 15 extras bowled so far in the innings, flatter this time, and defended for no run. So just to reset where we are, your opening batters have been dismissed. Arya Priyanshi and Shubhi Bangwal. The batters at the moment, Mokshana Maila and Advika Subramanian. Mokshana Maila, none from 3. Advika Subramanian, 7 from 7. Hammered toward us here in the commentary booth. Won't get all the way to the boundary. But this time, that's the intent that you want to see running between the wickets. Pick up 2 runs this time relatively easily because they ran the first one hard, and that's what the coaches will be happy to see. So that is more of a sign of intent. Tossed up, that's a very good delivery. Played into the offside, no run. Almost a Yorker length. She just did get the bat down on that one, Mokshana Maila. That, in fact, is the end of the over. End of 11, the score is 55 for 2. Starting over number 12, it's going to be the second over being bowled by Bhumika Havinash. First delivery of over number 12 is played into the offside for a single, make that the leg side for a single. So your scoring rate has been picking up, slowly but surely. Started out around 2, and with that single, the second one in the over in 2 balls bowled, the scoring rate is now over 5.03. So your projected score from here is just over 100, 101 to be specific. A run a ball from here gets you to 109. 7 and over gets you to 118. This is in the air, straight down the ground. Good looking strike for 4. Absolutely brilliant shot that time. And that, I believe, is Mokshana Maila who played that shot. Straight down the ground. Not very big straight boundaries here. Talked about that earlier. That's to the southern side of the ground. That is about a 69-yard boundary from the striker's end. And so you certainly want to see the intent. And if you get a ball that is in the slot, as that one was, you certainly want to put it away. So I'm dragged now down to long on. So just 2 boundaries for the day so far. That was the second of them that you just saw in the last ball, so that would be the 3rd ball of over number 12. The only other boundary that was struck was much earlier in the piece. It was in over number 6, the 4th ball of over number 6. So this is a loose ball going down the leg side. Should just get one. And in fact, no signal from umpire Yuvraj Singh. So that obviously came off of the bat. But again, you want to see intent. You certainly want to see them take advantage of opportunities to score. 8 runs from the over already, with just 1 ball to come here in over number 12. Struck to short, mid-off. No opportunity for a run there. Good piece of fielding by the fielder at mid-off. That is the end of over number 12. 63 for 2 is your score. So 63 for 2 is your score. It's going to be Smiksha Sivakumar with the ball in hand again to bowl over number 13. This is struck down the ground, just a single. Smiksha Sivakumar, again the captain of the side. I think you've seen the opportunity to get more runs here than they've gotten, and they certainly have gotten off to a relatively decent start here after the water break. And then speaking of Smiksha Sivakumar herself, tremendous opportunity to be the cricketer that she is, a tremendous record overall in all forms of cricket. She's played 282 matches, taken 129 wickets, so a tremendous record on her part. Scored 3,000 runs too, so she's certainly a great cricketer. And this one goes over the head of the fielder at short mid-on or short mid-wicket. That really should have been taken, but not a great effort there, has to be said, by the fielder at short mid-wicket. So it goes into the outfield for another single. Tell you what, they're essentially looking to hit everything hard at this moment. And they're not necessarily getting in the middle of the bat, but we've seen some evidence that the runs are there on offer. They just do what they need to do to manufacture runs, and opportunities can present themselves. And that is the end of an eventful over. At the end of over number 13, the score is 67 for 2. So 67 for 2, the last 8 overs coming up. Make that the last 7 overs coming up. 13 in the books. The last 42 balls to be bowled. We've gotten to the point now that is Aradhana Rajasekaran is your bowler from the southern end of the ground. Trying to use the feet, and that struck hard and through down to the boundary, but pulled back just in front, so they'll get a single. But thought the opportunity was there to get more than that. A little bit more intent being shown by this pair. Partnership building. Partnership now up to 22. Tapped into the offside, no run. partnership worth 22, so you'd want to think with the last 39 balls to be bowled in the innings that the intent that you've seen so far will continue. But that intent seems to just have disappeared for the moment, as it is Mokshana Maila, 6 from 14, who has absorbed a couple of dot balls here. Over number 14, played right back to the bowler herself. So 3 consecutive dots. 4 of the 5 balls in this over have been dot balls. So a good over here to start. A huge swipe and a miss. Not making contact, but just 1 run coming from the over. An excellent over that time bowled by Aradhana Rajasekaran. End of over number 13. Make that over number 14. The score is 68 for 2. Going through a lot of bowling options here, going back to the opening bowler, Shreyasi Mukund. Bowling overs number 1, overs number 1 and 3. And coming back here, bowl over number 15. Two overs, only conceded 5 runs. So when she was bowling at the outset of the innings, it was when the openers were having trouble moving or getting the ball off the square. This pair, you would think, would be a little bit more intent driven. And there's the intent you're looking for. That clears the out or the infield on the offside. They'll get a couple of runs. Doesn't quite get all the way to the boundary. Something to look for as you get toward the back end of this innings is the opportunity to pick up runs from throws deep in or from the outfield. So the fielders obviously don't necessarily have the strongest of throwing arms. You don't want to run yourself out, but sometimes, depending on whether or not the fielder in the outfield had to move laterally, you could think that you have the opportunity to pick up additional runs just from the throw from the outfield. So something to pay attention to as we navigate these last 35 balls. Run here as it's played into the offside. That is Samiksha Sivakumar, the captain. Good piece of sliding, good sliding effort there to prevent a run from being scored. So Advika Subramanian, 18 from 16 with 1-4. Mokshana Maila, 6 from 16. No boundaries yet. Goes for the big drive. A little bit of extra bounce that time, and it bounced over the top of the attempted drive. So a couple of dots is what you've gotten here. So there was intent for the last several overs, but the last 2 overs and now the last, in particular the last 9 balls, only 3 runs have come. Down the leg side, patted around the corner, that will run toward the boundary and get there now. Goes away for 4. So that ball was certainly going down the leg side. The line itself was wrong that time, and it almost appeared as though Shreyasi Mukund missed her run-up. So it wasn't the cleanest of deliveries from the action standpoint. I believe that may have been what contributed to the loose delivery. But in any event, the last ball of the over, we'll make that 2 balls coming up here in over number 15. She just wants to make sure she finds and stays on the right length and the right line. The line certainly was what failed her that time. This is much better in terms of a line. It's played down the ground. You get a single. So yes, you're picking up opportunities to score runs. 29 runs is what the partnership is worth now. So the last ball, the partnership make that of the over coming up. It is the penultimate over being bowled by Shreyasi Mukund. After this, she'll have 1 more. It will Be interesting to see where they choose to use that last over from the opening bowler. Extra bounce and it goes over the top of the keeper's glove. Took the edge, thick edge, but no run coming from it. That is the end of over number 15. The score is 75 for 2. $75 for 2. Make that 79 for 2 as the first ball of over 16 is drilled down the ground for 4. Good looking strike. That is Advika Subramanian at her best. She's now up to 27 from 21 balls faced with 3 boundaries. There's the intent that you're looking for. Scoring rate now 5.21. Projected score 104. This is going to be Aradhana Rajakrishnan to continue. Her first delivery. Certainly pounced on by Advika Subramanian. So the length needs to be just a little bit shorter than what that last one was. Tossed up that time. Really a low full toss played down the ground. Will they look for 2? No, they will not look for 2, I don't think. Relatively casual running between the wickets, but in this instance it does not hurt. Tossed up, hammered away again. Fielder in the deep, but long off has a little bit of work to do. Certainly clean up there. So just a single. So a couple of singles after that initial boundary. Last 28, make that 27 balls in over in the innings coming up. Steers it off the back foot. Wanted a single. Oh, misfield, but I tell you, never run in a misfield. So probably the right thing to do there to not go for the run. Last 2 balls here coming up in over number 16. Full toss. Tell you what, that easily could have been adjudged a no ball on height. Umpire Edward Clark choosing to let this one go. Would have not been surprising to have seen that one adjudged a no ball, as I mentioned. Better length this time. Have it into the deep mid wicket is right there. So productive over, 8 runs coming from it. End of over number 16. Score is 83 for 2. $83 for 2. It's going to be Shreya Simukun to bowl her last over. 3 overs, 9 for 12. 7 runs coming from her third over. 15th of the innings. Great delivery to start with here over number 17. Full and straight, targeting the stumps. So dot ball starts over number 17. We're down to the last 23 balls of the innings. Partnership between these two blossoming very nicely for the Atlanta Super Lions. Worth now 37, but it's 37 runs at a decent clip. Particularly dangerous is Advika Subramanian. She's at the non-strikers end. Oshagna Maila 8 from 19. Advika Subramanian 29 from 24. But has to be said, a good last over being bowled here by Shreya Mukund. Skied, catchable, and put down in the air for a very long time, and really not one you'd want to think should have been taken. Vice captain herself, Shreya Ratoria, judged it well, I think, just not able to close the deal in terms of completing the catch. Here, another catching opportunity, and this one is taken. That is a great catch, and that is the captain, I believe, Samiksha Sivakumar. Good diving catch to get rid of the dangerous Advika Subramanian. Ball stayed in the air for a while, but it was dying. But a good diving catch taken at short cover by Samiksha Sivakumar. That is the end of a good innings from Advika Subramanian. 29 from 25, but you get the sense that they will miss her aggressiveness going into the back end of this innings, because those opportunities to score runs don't always present themselves, particularly if you have a new batter at the wicket. So that is the new batter now coming in. I don't know who that is here shortly, but Shreyas Mukund gets among the wickets, and in fact that is the first time that a wicket has been taken by one of the bowlers. The other two wickets were by way of run out, and you certainly want to not give any wickets to the opposition. So here's a new delivery, or the first delivery to the new batter, played into the offside, no run. Back to the bowler herself, no run. So a good last over here on the way. Just 2 balls remaining in this last over here for Shreya Mukund. That one after this next delivery, or at least 1 ball remaining now. Full and wide and 2 wide. That is extra number 16 on the day. Shreya Maila at the non-strikers end, 9 from 22. A new batter at the crease is going to need to find a way to generate the momentum that you saw from Advika Subramanian. Last ball. Good lifting delivery over the top of the attempted cut. Good last over, just 1 run coming from it and a wicket. So that is the end of over number 17. Scores 84 for 3. So Akshar Bhavanesh continuing. Is over at number 18 in progress. Make that over 17 in progress. 18. String of dot balls continuing here as the bowling for the SoCal Spikers has been much more effective in the last few overs than in 5 overs before that. A couple of dots to start with. You're now looking at the last 16, make that the last 15 balls of the innings after that dot ball. 85 for 3 is your score. 85 for 3. Momentum itself has been stalled here in the last several overs. Go for a single here. But on balance, you'd have to think that the SoCal Spikers have done much better in the last several deliveries. Taking the wicket, big wicket of Advika Subramanian. Now this pair, Anya Tiagi and Mokshan Maila, looking to see what they can get going toward the back end of this innings. Projected score as of right now is 97. Skied and taken. Simple catch, taken at short extra cover. That is Akshara Bhavanesh with the wicket, and that is a good, clean catch. Pretty straightforward catch, but you still have to hold on to them. I believe that is Sahuti Somaseka with that catch. In any event, it is wicket number 4 that goes down. So with the last wicket falling, essentially you're now losing momentum going to the back end of the innings. 84 runs on the board. You've now gotten 4 wickets down. And the new batter is now at the crease. You're looking for ways to find okay, so just the correction is Bhumika Havinash was the bowler and the catch was taken at time by Akshar Bhavanesh. So my apologies. Look for a single here and they'll get it. Oh, she runs right over it. They'll get a second run. They may get 3 if they run hard. No, the intent wasn't quite there for that second run, for the third run, but they'll get 2. And that is the end. In fact, we've gotten through the end of over number 18. So we're into over number 19 at this stage. So 2 runs from the first ball of over number 19. We're down to the last 11 balls of the innings. Sahasra Gopalakrishnan is the batter who joins Mokshadna Maila. And the opportunities to get runs one feels are slipping away. Down to the last 10 balls of the over. Mokshadna Maila 12 from 28, so her strike rate is under 50, it's 43. The new batter Sahasra Gopalakrishnan has some work to do to get caught up to that. Driven to shorten it off. No opportunity for a single there. Cannot get it past the captain, Siniksha Sivakumar. Pulled straight through the hands of the fielder, short mid-wicket. Boy, that could have been taken. You can probably argue should have been taken. It was struck firmly, but at a catchable height. And I believe that is Devika Sutar, who was not able to put that one away. Last 2 balls of the over coming up now. Over right now being bowled by Bhumika Havinash. Played back to the bowler herself, no run. Again back to the bowler. This time it just does sneak under the outstretched arm of the bowler. They'll get a single. So 4 runs coming from over number 19. A great great penultimate over the innings. And at the end of 19, the score is 90 for 4. Last over. They'll look for 2 runs here, you would think. Turn relatively slowly to come back for that second run, but they got there. So that's the intent that you want to see. 2 runs coming from the first ball. Over number 20. Tossed up, using the feet. They look for 2 here. Will they look for 2? No, they will not look for 2. Good work in the deep. By the field at deep square leg. So 3 runs from the first 2 balls. You are 7 runs away from the magical 100 figure mark. Tossed up. Oh, under edge, but they'll get a single. Bit fortuitous, but they'll take it. Last 3 balls coming up. How can you manufacture 6 runs from 3 balls? The intent has to be there. The intent has been shown, and it's going to be up to them to continue along the same path with the last 3 balls. Tossed up. Stroke down the ground. Good looking shot. Come back for 2 is the cry. No opportunity to come back for that second run. And it's a good thing that they did not come back for the second run, because that was a strong throw. It came in from long on. 2 balls remaining. Tossed up. Stroke down to long off this time. But they look for 2. They would have to come back for the second. They absolutely come back for the second. And they get there safely as the throw is fumbled coming from the outfield. 96 on the board. Can you manufacture a boundary from this last ball of the innings? Using the feet down the track, they'll get 1. Oh, they do get 4. It goes away past the fielder in the deep, and they'll get 4. So they end up exactly on 100. Excellent effort that time. The ball stroked into the outfield, and that is Sahasra Gopalakrishnan with that strike to just get the ball to the left of the field at deep mid-wicket to create the boundary that gets them over, in fact, exactly at the 100 mark. So looking at the full scorecard, I think you'll find that there has been a decent comeback here. The scorecard isn't exactly cooperating with us at the moment, but let's just say that a lot of damage being done. 101 is the exact score. And the last pair end up with 19 runs between them. 101 is the score that you're looking at. So we'll get the full scorecard as soon as it's available. The technology isn't exactly cooperating with us at the moment. But let's just say that the Atlanta Super Lions, after a relatively indifferent start, found a way to get to the triple figure mark. And they will get, you would think, the benefit of the momentum going into the back end of this match. 101 is the score, which means that for victory, the SoCal Spikers will need to score 102 runs. So we'll have a short break. We'll go over the full scorecard when we come back from that break. And in the meantime, we'll go silent here for the moment. This is the National Women's Cricket League T20 New York Open 2025. Atlanta Super Lions versus the SoCal Spikers. Come back for the chase in about 15 minutes.
Mike is cut is it done?
It's Welcome back to the match between the SoCal Spikers and Atlanta Super Lions. Atlanta Super Lions choosing to bat first under relatively damp conditions. Got off to a slow start, but I think put together a relatively decent total. Looking at the full scorecard, Shubi Bangwal 9 from 20, Arya Priyanshi 21 from 35. Advika Subramanian, I thought, was the best of all the batters. 29 from 25 with 3 fours. Mokshana Maila, 20 from 34 with 1 4. And Sahasra Gopalakrishnan, 5 from 5. And Anya Tyagi, who did not score a run from 3 balls faced, were the pair who closed things out with a total of 101 on the board. Now, at the beginning of the innings, 102 is the target. The target is now 101 because of that loose delivery down the leg side, bowled by the opening bowler for the Atlanta Super Lions. Ball fired down the leg side. It's going to be Michaela Augustine, who is the captain and opening bowler. Let's see whether or not she can restrict the side to fewer than the required runs. Good couple of deliveries here. In fact, that is the first good delivery. The first one down the leg side. It was good enough from the standpoint of the length, but the line was too wayward. And that was adjudged wide. But the second delivery, I think, is bang on target. She'll want to be in that area the rest of the way. So the required rate at the start of the innings is 5.1 under run a ball. So if you are SoCal Spikers, you have to put yourself in the position of thinking, all we need to do is just score singles and we win this game. Looking for an opportunity to get singles can be tricky. Sonia Dingankar is your opening batter, and Aradhana Rajakrishnan at the non-strikers end. Those are your 2 openers. And you have to put yourself in the position of thinking just singles alone can win us this game. And from the standpoint of the Super Lions, you know that you have to be very frugal. You know you have to be on target, nothing loose. It's 16 runs scored in the first innings on extras, and they've already had in 3 deliveries 2 wides bowled in this over. So that's not going to be the way to go about defending a total that is, I think, challenging, but not by any means unsurmountable. You spray the ball down the leg side a couple of times, and that's where you can tend to get in trouble. And the opening batters at the non-strikers end is Aradhana Rajasekaran, and that is Sonia Dingankar. And drives this one square on the offside and goes away for 4. Full delivery outside the line of off stump. Gave her the width. She cashed in. You're inside the power play, so not much protection in the deep. There's a fielder at deep third, but nowhere near square enough to be able to cut that one off. So we've gotten off to a good start here. 6 runs on the over on the board already, with just 3 legal deliveries bowled here in the first over. So when Michaela Augustine gets the ball in the right areas, she's very good. But if she's loose, then she can be punished. And I think we saw evidence of it there. 4th ball of the over coming up. That is better. She needs to get on that line and that length every single time. It's just a matter of maintaining that consistency And then from your standpoint, hopefully building pressure. You build pressure under these circumstances, that is where you can tend to get wickets. But if you don't build any pressure, particularly if you bowl a lot of loose deliveries or a lot of extras, then that certainly can be where you get into trouble. Last 2 balls. Reaches for this one. Unfortunately, again too wide, and that is the 3rd wide of the over. 7 runs on the board already, but only 4 off the bat, and everything else has been wide. So you certainly want to clean that up. Still 2 balls remaining. Short, helped around the corner. Wanted a single. No realistic way of getting a single, and the direct hit, in fact, from backward square leg. But that's what you want to see. You want to see the aggression in the field. You certainly want to see where they are able to take advantage of the opportunity to get any runs that they can. But you certainly don't want to take any risks. Here you are now with 1 ball remaining in the first over. 7 runs already on the board. So you've conceded more runs per over than the required rate. So you certainly want to fix that. Here is the last ball of over number 1. Short delivery. There's a bit of intent in that, but it's tennis ball bounce, spongy type of wicket. So not a lot of pace in the wicket. Ultimately doesn't end up costing anything. That is the end of a good over for the SoCal Spikers. 7 runs coming from it. 7 without loss after 1. So 1 over in the books. Excuse me. 7 runs on the board, another 95 needed for victory for the SoCal Spikers. We're going to have to find a way to restrict the scoring, and I think that process starts with you not conceding any extras. As many extras as have been conceded already in this match, get the sense that the disciplines need to be sort of tightened up. You tighten the disciplines up and you make the batters do the work, then that's where you give yourself a chance to win. But if not, then you put yourself in trouble. And I believe this is going to be Madhurika Sivakumar to bowl the 2nd over. Solidly in defense that time is Aradana Rajasekaran. So if you essentially stay on that line and that length and you make the bowlers do the work, if you make the batters do the work, make them manufacture runs. Yes, you need a run a ball. A run a ball wins you this game, but every extra that you bowl, obviously you have to bowl an additional delivery, and it brings you a run closer. So it's a way to essentially bowl yourself out of the matches by conceding extras. You want to make sure you fix that as much as possible. So you're looking at what I think is going to be a relatively straightforward chase if you do the disciplines right and you do the basics right. Very full down the leg side, and it's going to be another wide, and we've spoken about that before, because if you're not able to control that ball, if you're not able to get the ball in the right areas, then you essentially put yourself in trouble. And by the way, my apologies, the bowler is going to be Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. A wide delivery, very full down the leg side, and yet another wide. So of the 9 runs that have scored in this innings so far, 5 of them have been extras. So essentially, more than half of your runs are coming in extras. And you would like to think that you can fix that. You'd like to think that the opportunity is there to get the line right. If nothing else, get the line right. And now she goes around the wicket. Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. That's a much better delivery. She asked the question. Umpire Edward Clark is not bothered by that, but that is a much better delivery, much better line. And having made that adjustment, you'd like to think, needs to stay on that line. It apparently works better for her working or bowling around the wicket than over the wicket. And so, even though maybe it's not ideal from the standpoint of, let's call it, better analysis, but if you just want to do the basics right and getting the ball in the right areas, this would seem to be a good move on her part. So, a couple of good deliveries there after the change to going around the wicket. 3 balls coming up in over number 2. 9 runs on the board. You need another 93 in 111 balls. So, essentially, much of the work can be done just by picking up singles. Down the leg side again, but again another wide. And that will put you in the position of essentially giving the game away. Your challenge is going to be to make the batters work for the runs that they get. And if they're not working for it, essentially you're giving it to them. You're looking right now to make sure that whatever you do, you make the batters do the work. Off the back foot this time, Radhana Rajakrishnan, and you put yourself in a good position here. The run rate currently 6 runs and over. You run a ball, you need to score 5 and over, so you're ahead of the run rate required. It's just now going to be up to you to continue to do what you need to push toward that total. Tickled around the leg side. They'll get a run here. Do they want 2? No, they were never going to look for 2. And once again, just from the standpoint of handling the basics, coaches will tell you every time that the first run needs to be run hard. You run the first one hard, it puts pressure on the fielding side, and it gives you the opportunity to capitalize on anything loose in the outfield. It gives you the opportunity to generate momentum just from the standpoint of being able to turn and run back for that second run. So all of the reasons why you'd want to run that first run hard, and in the meantime, given that you have a long way to go, picking those singles up at this stage of the innings is the best way of being able to do it. Looking at the field, there's a deep third and a sweeper deep on the offside. The only 2 allowed outside of the circle at this stage of the innings. So you get the sense that the line will be outside the line of off. That's where that one was. We get a single here to close out over number 2. So good over. I believe that is the last ball of the over. And in fact, it is confirmed. Last ball of over, number 2, 5 runs coming from it. 3 from extras, 2 off the bat. And at the end of over number 2, the score is 12 at last. So 12 without loss. Atlanta Super Lions looking to defend 102 runs. SoCal Spikers off to a run rate that would allow them to win this game sometime in over number 18 and 19. It is 6 and over is their current rate, only needing to score from here 5 and over. 90 needed in the next 18 overs. It's going to be Michaela Augustine to continue. Wrapped on the pad and given. Umpire Yuvraj Singh taking a look and then deciding that this one is plowing into probably middle and off. Very quick delivery. Good ball bowled by the captain, Michaela Augustine. And umpire Yuvraj Singh just taking a quick look and then immediately raising that finger. So the first wicket goes down. You don't get 10 without first getting 1. And that's what you see here. Good delivery. Wraps Sonia Dinganka right in front. And again, umpire Yuvraj Singh deciding that this is clattering into, I believe, middle and off. So that is the first wicket that goes down. And the SoCal Spikers are 12 for 1. So 12 for 1 is your score. Opening bowlers, Michaela Augustine and Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. I think guilty of bowling a few extras, maybe way more extras than you'd want from your opening bowlers. But taking wickets is always a good thing. So 102 more runs, in fact 102 target, and 90 more runs needed from the next 107 balls, the next 17 overs and 5 balls. New batter coming to the crease is going to be asked to partner with Radhana Krishnan. This is going to be, I believe, Bhumika Havinash. We'll get that confirmed as soon as we can. In the meantime, Michaela and Augustine looking to continue what has been a good start to the over. Very full, very straight. Defended into the offside. She does well to get off the mark here. It's a good first delivery. And you certainly want to pick those singles up. But more to the point, you like the positive intent. Front foot came forward to meet the ball right to the pitch. Played away into the offside for the single. So yes, that is Bhumika Avinash, who is the new batter. Played away into the offside. Now the left-handed Radhana Rajakrishnan is on strike. And of course, every time you have a lefty and a righty batting together, that causes a bit of disruption in the field. Obviously having to change every time an odd number of runs has been run. That puts you in the position as a batting side of being able to cash in on the bowler who may just lose her line every once in a while for that reason. Every time you have to switch between bowling to the off stump of a left-hander and bowling to the off stump of a right-hander, it takes a good skillful bowler to be able to pull that off. Good lifting delivery outside the line of off stump from around the wicket. That is a good ball bowled by Michaela Augustine. 3 deliveries into over number 3, the second one being bowled by Michaela Augustine. She's already found success and only conceded 1 run, so a great start with the ball for her. First over, I think, was loose. 3 wides and a boundary off of a full wide delivery that could well have been adjudged wide. That is a good ball here, though. Reared up against or into the left-handed Radhana Rajakrishnan. So Michaela Augustine seems to have found her line and her length, even though she's bowling now to the left-hander. Bowled well to the right to get the wicket from the first ball of the over, and then the remainder of the deliveries, I think, have all been bang on target. There's 2 balls remaining here in over number 3. Ooh, just in that slot again outside the line of off stump. Tentative poke by Rajasekharan. Not able to get anything on it, but I'll tell you what, put yourself in the position now of being able to hopefully capitalize on some pressure that is certainly being built at this moment. There's 1 ball remaining here in over number 3. On the leg side, do they get a single? Yes, they do. So you get a couple of runs. Single from the standpoint of the ball having gotten away from the keeper. Plus, it was a wide to begin with. So 2 runs to the total. You have 1 more ball remaining. And I think if the Atlanta Super Lions go on to concede this game, in other words, if they go on to lose, they will look back on the extras that they are conceding. 8 extras and 15 runs. So more than half of the runs that have been scored via wides. And if you fix that, my goodness, this game is every bit as tight as you would like to think. As of right now, the SoCal Spikers, I think, are ahead just by virtue of the fact that runs have been conceded. This is paddled around the corner. They'll get one. Do they look for two? No, they've always just decided that this is just one. No running the first one hard here. End up over number 3, 4 runs coming from it, and the wicket. The score is 16 for 1. $16 for 1. Sahasra Gopalakrishnan to continue from the northern end of the ground. Bowling to the right-handed Bhumika Avinash. Single taken from the very first ball. So positive intent shown there. And the running between the wickets, such an important part of the game, and I think you've seen where the Atlanta Super Lions essentially had some miscues in that department when they batted. So far, a handful of overs into this chase, it appears as though the SoCal Spikers have shown more of a positive intent running between the wickets, and they seem to be less confused or less hesitant when they're running between the wickets. So something to pay attention to. Maybe something that the Atlanta Super Lions can pick up from the SoCal Spikers as they look to improve their own games. Around the wicket now to the left hand, full toss. That is a very high delivery and adjudges a no ball by umpire Yuvraj Singh. Those deliveries are very dangerous, and that is why they are adjudged no balls. Because if you are, as a batter, accustomed to looking at the ball coming off of the wicket, delivery that is coming above waist height, you can lose it in the process of trying to locate it coming off the wicket, and that is how, especially with the pace bowler bowling, you can certainly get hurt that way. And so certainly an illegal delivery, and that's why this next ball is a no ball, and it's free hit rather. It's played away through the offside. They'll get a couple runs. Will it go all the way to the boundary? Oh, it stops just short, and they get 2 runs. Or you could have possibly run for a second or for a third there, but maybe batters got guilty of thinking that ball was getting all the way to the boundary. Didn't quite go that far. You still get a couple of runs. 20 runs on the board now. 82 needed. Required a rate 4.92. From that standpoint, you would think that, as we said earlier, singles should be good enough, but you certainly don't want to get yourself in a position of conceding extras. Looks to pull this one around the leg side. Stop if you've heard this before. That is another wide. Another one that will need to be taken care of, because as you concede these runs, essentially you put yourself in a position of giving up more than you should. Give up more than you should, essentially you're helping the opposition to win. Good ball. That is where she needs to be the rest of her spell. Bang on target, defended for no run, but this is a much, much better delivery. You want to put yourself in a position of maintaining some sort of pressure. And the way you maintain pressure is by bowling deliveries like that. 3 balls remaining in over number 4. Target is 102, so 21 runs on the board means you're 81 runs away from that target. Inside edge onto the pad. Quick single. get a single there. Half out to the field for leg before wicket, but you could easily hear inside edge from as far away as where we are here in the commentary area. And for now, with 2 balls remaining in over number 4, you want to put yourself in the position of capitalizing on anything that is being gifted to you by the opposition. By the way, for those of you who are following along on the stream, thank you for joining us here from the New York Oval here in Albany, New York, capital city of the state of New York. Looks for the big cut. You're missing out on that opportunity. But thank you for being with us. We will be here. We will try to provide coverage for as many games as possible as we go through this tournament, the National Women's Cricket League New York Open 2025. If you happen to be on the YouTube feed, the chat is open. Feel free to make any comments that you would like. Feel free to suggest anything that you know personally about any of the players, anything that you want to highlight, or if you just want to ask about what the weather is like here in the upstate New York area, more than happy to take your comments. Also, let me know where you're listening from if you can. That will also be something of interest to me specifically, and then certainly those who are watching the tournament and who are organizing the tournament. End up over number 4, 22 for 1 is your score. So 4 overs in the books. We have the first bowling change of the day. It is going to be Vainavi Kannan. Take up the attack from the southern end of the ground. Bowling to the left-handed Aradana Rajakrishnan. Rajasekharan, my apologies. Aradana Rajasekharan, 4 from 12. Bhumika Avinash, 3 from 5. Vainavi Kannan, left armour, and it's lofted in the air, very catchable and taken. 1 ball, 1 wicket. That is a great start with the ball for Vainavi Kannan, and that is the end of the left-handed Aradana Rajasekharan. Ball on her pads, she tried to loft it over the leg side, ended up just top edging a pretty straightforward catch to backward square leg inside the circle, but no problem presented to the fielder running back. In fact, not running back, she was actually on the edge of the circle, only had to come forward a couple of steps to complete the catch. So the first ball bowled by Vainavi Kannan results in the wicket. Second wicket goes down. That's the end of Aradana Rajasekharan, 4 from 12, and the score is 22 for 2. $22 for 2, 2 wickets down, and it is the captain, Samiksha Sivakumar, who comes to the wicket. 2 right-handers at the crease now, so this will make things easier for the bowling side. The left armour, Vainavi Kannan to continue. Left arm over the wicket, in the air, landing short in the covers. I'll tell you what, the ball would have been in the air for much longer than Samiksha Sivakumar would have been comfortable with. Had 2 and 2 there. I think you could safely say that she probably didn't quite control that one to the extent that she wanted to. Samiksha Sivakumar. Talked about her record earlier. She's a tremendous cricketer. Seen where her overall skill with both bat and ball has her at the very top of her game. This is played through the offside, a long run for the fielder running back from mid-off. They'll get too easily, so she's off the mark here, Samiksha Sibukumar. In all levels of cricket, 282 matches played, 3,055 runs and 129 wickets, so a tremendous record. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the captain. And it's going to be up to her now to just let her teammates know that there's not a lot of complication in this specific situation. Essentially, you play to the situation. You need 5 runs and over the rest of the way. And you're right now scoring at 5 runs and over. So there's no reason to do anything beyond what you're doing at the moment. It will be the words given to her partner, Bhumika Avinash. Flicks it around the corner. Wanted a single, sent back. But under the circumstances, I think you found the opportunity to be more judicious. You don't have to hit the ground running. You don't have to take many chances. Just have to make sure that you capitalize on any scoring opportunities as they present themselves. Last ball here of over number 5. Short in the air. Oh, did she take that? No, I believe she put it down. I'll tell you what, it's a great effort. She dove forward in the covers and just landing short, I believe. Ends up being a very exciting dot ball, but a successful first over ball by Vainavi Kannan. 1 wicket down and just 2 runs coming from the over, so excellent stuff from the left armour. End of over number 5, the score is 24 for 2. So 5 overs bowled. You're 1/4 of the way through the innings and roughly 1/4 of the way through the chase, 24% to be specific. So all even Stevens at the moment, and this is going to be a new bowler coming from the northern end of the ground. Oh, this is going to be a stumping. Gone! Good delivery, flighted, tossed up by Nianchia Nantakumar. Nianchia, my apologies, I'm going to destroy your name a number of times, but the first delivery she bowls is tossed up and going for the big drive is Bhumika Avinash, and that ball eludes the attempted drive, and a quick stumping there effected by the wicketkeeper Arya Priyanshi, and that is wicket number 3. My goodness, off to a good start here with the ball. The Atlanta Super Lions are making 102 runs. It looks like 202 at the moment because they've corrected the errors that they had starting out with the extras. For the most part, those seem to have gone away for the moment. And good bowling the last couple of overs. The last 2 overs have yielded a wicket on the first ball. So good stuff here from the bowling side. And all of a sudden the SoCal Spikers appear to be in a little bit of trouble. So that is the end of Bhumika Avinash. The new batter is now coming to the crease, and we will see exactly whether or not Nianchia Nantakumar can continue. This one is waved away, maybe a slight edge going through down to the deep third area. We'll get a single here. Keeping an eye here on umpire Edward Clark. No extra signal, so it looks as though that was off the bat indeed. So this is good stuff. Identify the new batter as soon as possible. But my goodness, the work is now cut out for the captain, because talked about earlier the fact that there is a tremendous record to rely on, and she paddles this around the corner, short backward square leg fumbles, and they'll get a single. My sense is that they're going to have to figure out a way to contain the captain. Everybody else seems to be struggling. The captain, Simiksha Shivakumar, 3 from 6, playing to the situation. It's played into the offside here by the new batter, no run. We have gotten word of who that new batter is. It is Sia Thacker. Sia Thacker, who is a wicketkeeper batter. And now she's needing to do her work in front of the stumps. Dot balls here to her. Pressure keeps building. 2 runs from the over, already had a wicket. And remember that the last over produced 2 runs and a wicket. So let's see what happens here. Tossed up, oh, just goes past the outside edge. She'll want to put that attempted poke away in the future. The dot ball though, so consecutive overs with 2 runs and 1 wicket. Good stuff here from the Atlanta Super Lions. End of the end of the power play, and the score is 26 for 3. So 26 for 3. It's going to be Bainavi Kanan to continue. And the pair of Simiksha Sivakumar and Sia Thacker have some rebuilding work to do. Things have started out positively here. Oh, that is a stroke in the air over the top of and wide of extra cover, running close to the boundary. And does it get there? It gets there now. What a tremendous strike. Signaled for 4 by umpire Yuvraj Singh. And that is evidence of what I was talking about earlier. It appears as though Simiksha Sivakumar is batting on a different pitch from everyone else. That ball was outside the line of off stump and she lofted it cleanly over the top, racing away to the boundary of extra cover for 4. So, where you are now, you're out of the power play, so you can be more defensive if you'd like. But it does not appear as though they've wanted to be defensive. Still a relatively aggressive field. With a short mid-wicket, no run. So with the field that you have, essentially you put yourself in a position where your chances are less than ideal if you don't get the ball in the right areas. And if the ball is in the right areas, then you certainly can build some pressure. But there has been not much pressure built in the last couple of deliveries. Work to short mid-wicket again. That is a good ball and good piece of fielding. The ball was struck relatively firmly, but it goes away goes in the books as a dot. So 30 runs on the board. As of where you are now, you're looking for another 72 runs in the next 81 balls. So the required rate sneaking upward a little. Hammered and right through backward square leg. It will get to the boundary for 4. It could have been taken, but it was struck firmly. And those really either stick or they don't. And it races off of the bat of Simiksha Sivakumar, goes away for a boundary. Again, struck very firmly. Could have been taken a backward square leg, but it does end up in another boundary. So 2 4s in the over already with 2 balls to come. And again, if you're going to put yourself in the position of winning this match, you get the sense that the Atlanta Super Lions need to figure out a way to neutralize Simiksha Sivakumar. Next delivery, good ball. Wanted a single, not there. But again, if you have the type of start that you have with the ball, it has to be capitalized on by neutralizing the best batter on the opposite side. And as of right now, that appears to be Simiksha Sivakumar. End up over number 7. The score is 34 for 3. So you're into over number 8. 34 runs on the board. This is Nian Shia continuing. Nanta Kamar, I'm going to apologize in advance, Nian Shia, because I'm going to destroy your name a number of times today. My apologies, but bowling a really good spell despite that wide that you just saw. Bowling now to Sia Thacker, 1 from 5. Simiksha Sivakumar, 11 from 12. Hammer it down the ground, straight to mid-off. You get a single here. In fact, my apologies, that was in fact Simiksha Sivakumar who was facing. Single is what happened. You saw there, and I'll tell you with the number of deliveries from this over already. This will be a single. You'll have 2 wides and a bye already. And I think that you would have seen evidence that scoring appears to be getting just a touch easier. 2 balls remaining here and over number 8. Tossed up. Good piece of fielding. Excellent piece of fielding. Cut off a couple of runs there. In fact, now it's 2 balls remaining over number 8. You are 37% of the way toward the target in terms of the runs. So it's now going to be up to you to continue pushing toward that. In that same area again toward cover. Not fielded cleanly this time, but don't ricochet far enough away to be able to get a single. So that is a good over overall. 4 runs coming from it. End of over number 8. The score is 38 for 3. Make that 39 for 3. $39 for 3. Partnership between Simiksha Sivakumar and Sia Thacker, now worth 15. Looking for ways to continue building on that partnership. Atlanta Super Lions will be looking to see how they can neutralize this partnership. probably prefer to do it by seeing the back of the captain, Simiksha Sivakumar. And it's going to be another left-hand bowler this time, bowling from the southern end of the ground. First delivery defended into the offside for no run. Over number 9 in progress. It'll be Shivi Bangwal, inside edge onto the pad, no run. Shivi Bangwal, left arm, fast bowler, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Sia Thacker. So Shivi Bangwal is going to need to find a way to be more economical. Not that the others have been expensive, but with the run rate being what it is versus the required rate, you're going to have to find a way to limit the runs, and that's not going to be the way to do it, because you're going to have to find a way also to contain extras. So in terms of extras, and we've had a number of them in this inning so far. "14 extras, most of those wides. There's been one no ball to my recollection. The line is off on this one. It's pulled away into the deep. This may just get to the boundary. In fact, no, it's slowing down. They'll get 2 runs. So that was not necessary. In fact, it was not an illegal delivery, but it was very much down the leg side, and she may consider herself lucky there, Shivi Bangwal, that did not get put away for 4, because it was, again, down the leg side. Not much protection in the deep behind square. In fact, no one, just one fielder behind square, backward square leg, got past her, but didn't quite have the legs to get to the boundary. But it's going to be up to Shivi Bangwal to get that ball on off stump. That's a much better line. Played back to the bowler for no run. And as of this stage, your challenge is going to be to find some type of way to maintain some semblance of control over the proceedings. Short delivery played just between mid-on and mid-off, running away close toward the boundary, and it gets pulled back just before. Boy, you would think 2 runs would be on the offer there, but end up not going for it, just a single. So this pair now putting on a few runs. Partnership now worth 19. Came together when the score was 24 for 3. The score is now 43 for 3. Next delivery. Good line. On that off stump line. Defended into the offside. No run. And then with 1 ball. In fact, that is the end of the over. Good over. Unbalanced. 4 runs coming from it. If you keep bowling and conceding 4 runs and over, you'll certainly win this game with the required rate being 5.5. But do have to find a way to cut out those extras. End of over number 9. The score is 43 for 3. About to start the 10th over. Bowler is going to be Srilaja oh my goodness, Balana Thagiri. I think I said that right. Ladies, please forgive me when you listen to this later on. Leg spinner, tossed up, played back to the bowler here. A couple of deliveries, good 2 balls to start with. No run. So you're certainly not anywhere near out of this game yet if you're Atlanta. A couple of good overs to include a wicket would certainly put you in a position of winning the game. But if you bowl wides, and that is extra number 15 that you just saw, then that certainly does limit your opportunity to score runs or to build pressure that gives the opponent opportunities to score 3 runs. Next delivery. Ooh, that looks like a good ball. Out of her hand, it looked like a great ball. It's defended for no run. So excellent stuff so far. When she's got the line right in this over, Shulaja, she's been excellent. And as a leg spinner, of course, usually difficult to score off of. If it goes down the leg side like that, then again, you're giving away 3 runs. 45 runs on the board now. So you've essentially conceded up 45 runs, 16 of them have been extras. 35% of the runs are coming in extras, and that generally is a recipe for disaster if you're a bowling side. Good ball. Goes past the outside edge, that leg spinner turning it away from the right-handers. If she gets her line right, Shulaja, she is unplayable. So the scorecard looking as of right now just to be in favor of the SoCal Spikers. A couple wickets here change things. Look at that beautiful piece of bowling again. Get the ball in the right areas and it absolutely fizzes past the outside edge. You get the sense that she is going to be a game changer the rest of the way, Shulaja, if she can get her line right. So just 1 ball remaining here in over number 10. We suspect that you'll have a short water break after this over, but boy, you really do need to have that pressure that is being built in this over to be capitalized upon. So really good stuff here by the young leg spinner. Here's the last ball of over 10. No run, nothing off the bat this over. 2 runs, both wides. Halfway through the chase, the score is 45 for 3. halfway through the chase in terms of the number of overs. 57 runs adrift right now, the SoCal Spikers. And this is going to be, should be Bangwal continuing. First delivery here in over number 11 to Simicha Sivakumar is waved at and missed. Started out well. And her first over should be Bangwal. It was a good one. Only went for 4 runs short. And this is just out of reach of the fielder at mid-on. And she's running back, holding it back just in front of the boundary. So we get 2 runs. And that 2 runs is going to be an important one because it gets you 2 runs closer, first of all. But secondly, and I think more importantly, it signals the intent of the captain to sort of maintain control of the proceedings. Next delivery, short again and powered away toward mid-wicket. A lot of runs, 4 of them. Cannot bowl at length, have to have her playing off the front foot. And if you drop it short to her, the ball on this pitch sits up and begs to be whacked. So it goes away for 4. That brings up to 50. And it gets you exactly to the halfway point in the chase. 51 runs on the board, 51 required from the next 57 balls. So the required rate certainly still under a run a ball. And that is the captain herself, Samiksha Sivakumar, who goes up now to 18 from 19 balls faced. And I said earlier, it appears as though she's batting on a different pitch than everybody else. Starting to see evidence of it here. Played through the offside. A sweeper on the offside. Cleans up, but 1 run there. 7 runs from the over already. The runs certainly seem to be coming along at a much more, let's call it, easy rate from the bat of the captain than from everybody else. The captain herself, Sivakumar, is batting on 19 from 20, so her strike rate is 95. Another short delivery, paddled around the corner. At least 2 runs here. Don't think it will get all the way to the boundary. They'll get 2. Do they come back for 3? It is the captain's call, and she's coming for it, and she'll get there easily. That's good, aggressive running. That is exactly what you want to see. Leading from the front, Captain Sivakumar. With 1 ball remaining here in over number 11, 10 runs has already come onto the board from this over. And that really, this 1 over is making you feel like the tide has turned as Samiksha Sivakumar continuing along her merry way. 22 from 21 balls faced, so her strike rate now is above 100. And she certainly is going to be the one in charge of pushing things along for her side. Short, and again pulled to that mid-on area. This is bobbled, but they'll get a single. But a very productive over, 11 runs coming from it. End up over number 11, 56 for 3. .56 for 3. A lot of work for this fielding side to do. Lofted in the air, catchable. Oh, put down. It was in the air for a long time from the delivery bowled by Shilaja Balanathagiri. And the catch is put down. Very, very catchable ball, it has to be said. And that would have been a big wicket, too. That would have been the wicket of the captain, Samiksha Sivakumar. Next delivery. Wave and miss outside the line of off stump. these moments in a match that essentially dictate things. Had that catch been taken, you're looking at a completely different game. Couple of dots here after that drop catch. And with 3 balls remaining in over number 12, you get the sense that, again, the moments in this match that matter will be the ones that you should have taken advantage of. And that's a moment right there. Tossed up, tentative poke forward by Siataka, missing the shot, and that stumps are rattled, middle stump in particular. And that is wicket number 4. So that is a brilliant piece of bowling. Said earlier that I think that Srilaja is going to be a pretty significant part or component of what happens the rest of the way. Well, she proved it there. Good delivery, tossed up and inducing a relatively tentative shot. She missed the attempted forward defensive shot, and her stumps are rattled. That is the end of her with the bat, Siataka. And from that standpoint, I will tell you that more than anything else, you want to keep your leg spinner on the rest of the way, because she will put the team, you would think, in the right position of being able to win. And any chance that the Atlanta Super Lions have to win, you would think include very restrictive bowling from their leg spinner. And she certainly started out that way here. Could have had a wicket with the very first ball of the over, and it comes back here with a wicket on ball number 4 up that over. So let's see how far we get now. 4 wickets down. Still, you would think the game in control of the SoCal Spikers, but that wicket does give the Atlanta Super Lions a sniff. It's going to be Devika Sutar who comes in to bat, facing the first delivery here from Srilaja. Short. Oh, she looks to pull it away. Doesn't get up quite to the extent that she thought it would have. It's a wave and a miss. 1 ball coming here in over number 12. I'll tell you what, how big would it be if you have a wicket here? Because things just all of a sudden seem to have gotten a little bit tighter with the SoCal Spikers. And another wicket here would make things very interesting. Great delivery. Played to mid-off, no run. Such a good over. 1 run coming from the over, very easy. It could have been a double wicket maiden. That is the end of over number 12. The score is 57 for 4. 12 overs are done. 57 runs on the board, another 45 needed in the next 8. So 45 from 48. It's going to be Nian. I would say your name eventually properly. Ninanshia Nantakumar to continue. Tossed up. This is powered to short mid-wicket. No run. Run out opportunity here. Oh, a better throw there would have been interesting. Excited dot ball here, or exciting dot ball. Just get the sense that a bit of pressure has now started to manifest itself on SoCal Spikers. But the captain herself is at the wicket, and you get the sense that everything matters. Oh, look at that! Pull straight to mid-wicket and taken! And that is the end of the captain. Sivakumar goes, that ball straight to mid-wicket. Bobbled it. It was hit hard, struck chest height, got both hands to it, fumbled it, but then regained control of it before it hit the turf. That is a big wicket in the context of this game. Simiksha Sivakumar is dismissed 21 from 23. That is wicket number 5. My goodness. How big a difference in the game does that make So the last several deliveries have certainly gone in favor of the Atlanta Super Lions and the SoCal Spikers of 57 for 5. So 57 for 5. Things have changed dramatically, and it's going to be the vice captain, Shreya Rathore, in, tossed up here for leg number 4. Umpire Yuvraj Singh is unmoved. The appeals for leg number 4 coming from square leg and deep point. So let's see exactly how that will change things. Delivery, tossed up again, wave and a miss outside the line of off stump, yet another wide. So your challenge at this stage is going to be twofold if you're the SoCal Spikers. Number one, you need to continue pushing on toward the target, but more importantly, sort of blunt the momentum that has been built. Oh, stumping opportunity almost presented itself. Luckily for the batter, she still had that back foot inside the crease. Shreya Rathore. My goodness, this game feels like it has taken on a different aura in the last several overs. Tossed up, hammered away into the deep. It's going to go close to the boundary and get there now. It's a real gift. It was tossed up, but it was full. Ended up being a low full toss and taken full advantage of here by Shreya Rathore. Goes away for 4, and my goodness, that does relieve some of the pressure. Vice captain taking the bull by the horns that time. In fairness, it wasn't the most difficult of deliveries to put away, but you did find a way to do exactly that. So put yourself in a position now, blunting some of the momentum. It's now going to be up to you to find a way to get it back. Another not so good delivery, and this is going to be 4 more. Well down the leg side and a long hop to boot, so easily put away for 4. Couple of loose deliveries to close out what had been an excellent over before that. So 9 runs in all, coming from over number 13. The big wicket of the captain, Simiksha Sivakumar, but a couple of loose boundaries or loose balls that were put away for boundaries gets you closer toward victory. End of over number 13, the score is 66 for 5. Back to you, Shilaja Balanathagiri. Leg spinner, who's bowled excellently. Played back to her for no run. 2 overs. Bowled overs number 10 and 12. Over number 10 was an excellent one. Just went for 2 runs, and those 2 runs were 2 wides. Top edged, and should just be 1 run. So over number 10 went for 2 runs. Both of them were wides. Over number 12, just 1 run and a wicket. And in my mind, it should have been a double wicket maiden because the first ball of that over was a drop catch. And she's starting out well here. 2 deliveries in, just 1 run. Devika Sitar on strike. Tossed up. Goes past the outside edge. This is excellent bowling by the young leg spinner. In fact, that is Shreya Rattori who is on strike. Devika Sitar is on the non-strikers end, none from 3. Tossed up in the air but landing safely. Sweeper coming off of the deep cover rope. A 1-2. And not the strongest of throws coming from the outfield. So 2 runs eventually relatively easily. But where you are now, you're looking for ways to... Oh, 1 run short signaled by umpire Edward Clark. So instead of 2, you've wasted a lot of effort to only have scored 1 run. It's always something that will irritate the coaching side. Tossed up, played just to the right of the bowler to mid-on. You'll get a single here. 3 runs from the over. The required rate, slowly but surely, is sneaking upward. It's now 5.35. Still less than a run a ball, and that's important. Because singles alone can win you this game. But a bit of a stranglehold being put on the SoCal Spikers by the Atlanta Super Lions. And this is played right back to the bowler herself, no run. Oh, gets through her, but no way to get a single there. 3 runs coming from the over. And that is the end of over number 14. The score is 69 for 5. 6 overs remaining, and this is going to be the vice captain Advika Subramanian bowling from the southern end of the ground. It's going to be a vice captain to vice captain matchup, as it's going to be Shreya Rattori on strike. Just 33 runs needed for victory in the next 6 overs. Worked to short mid-on. She wanted a single, sent back. Aggressive throw coming from mid-on. That's a good way to keep the batters on their toes. So, bowler Advika Subramanian is going to be taking control of proceedings from the southern end. Just 33 runs to play with. Good ball. I'll tell you what, she's trapped the batter on the crease. She may just want to start getting forward to those deliveries, because that was not exactly the footwork that you're looking for from your number 5 batter and your vice captain. The front foot really should be coming forward to the pitch of the ball to avoid being trapped on the crease. Next delivery, play it to mid-off. Oh, hesitation, a clean pickup there, and she would have been gone. Absolute hesitation, and they're going to want to work that out, because that very easily could have been a run out. As it turns out, they'll get a single. Nothing convincing about the way that they got that single. The last 3 balls here, get the last 3 balls of over number 15. Solid in defense, no run. delivery from Aditya Subramanian. Oh, I took this one outside the line of off stump. Looking back quizzically at umpire Yuvraj Singh, who you would think would have thought just for a second about whether or not that was wide enough, certainly deciding eventually when it was inside the guideline. But one ball remaining in what has been a really good over so far. Down to the last 31 balls of the innings, and you're needing 32 runs. So all of a sudden, the required rate is now above a run a ball. And they take off for a single here. Oh, tell you what, the direct hit. But she did just get home. It's good work in the deep or in the infield. And I'll tell you what, that is going to be something that needs to be paid attention to, because things can get tricky if you're not careful. End of the over, 70 for 5. 15 overs in the books, 71 for 5 is your score. And this is going to be a young leg spinner again with the last over that she's going to be bowling. Shot extra cover. Ooh, fumble, look at this, run out opportunity. And gone. Oh, that is sloppy. Yet another run out on the day, played directly to extra cover. Didn't field it cleanly, so she misfielded it, but as I always say, the oldest rule in cricket, never run on a misfield. She immediately regained control of that, and even though the fielder herself had some hesitation in retrieving that ball, eventually thrown to the keeper's end and finding the batter short. So that is Devika Sutar, who has been run out. And that is a big wicket. That is wicket number 6. 71 for 6. One delivery into over number 16. So 71 for 6 is your score. Devika Sutar has been run out. Shreya Rathore, 10 from 10, will be joined at the crease by a new batter, and it's going to be Shrilaja Balanatha Giri to continue. New batter on strike now. It's going to be Shreyasi. This last over being bowled by Shrilaja Balanatha Giri is going to be such an important one. You get the sense that Shreyasi Mukund realizes that, because she's essentially in full test match mode, just blocking here, wanting to make sure that she is still there at the end of this over, because easily for me the best bowler of the day has been Shrilaja Balanatha Giri. With another dot. So 3 straight dots, first of which produced a run out. So does she end here with a maiden? Last 3 balls coming up. A little bit of pressure being built now because that required rate sneaking upwards is north of 6, as I said earlier. Oh, she almost chops this one on. That easily could have gone on to the stumps. Yet another dot. So 2 balls remaining. And by the way, my apologies, but we are having a bit of an issue with, let's just call it the electronic component of our broadcast. So I've lost control of my own personal tablet for the moment. So essentially I'm describing things as I see them without the benefit of any technology. So my apologies for that if I get something wrong. Very full, driven to short cover, no run. Last ball of the over. 7-1 runs on the board. About to bowl a maiden in over number 16, and already has conceded a wicket in this over. Really good bowling here by Shilaja. This spoils the maiden, or does it? No, it's a fumble, and they'll get through for a single. So just 1 run coming from over number 16. Such a brilliant over. Bowled by Shilaja Balanathagiri. At the end of 16, the score is 72 for 6. $72 for 6 is your score. Short delivery is powered away and just fumbled by Milan. This is going to concede a run where there should not have been. Oh, look at this, a run-out opportunity. You had a run-out opportunity at both ends. They take the one at the non-striker's end. 73 for 7. Oh, another example of pretty shambolic running between the wickets. I think that you will find that there has been less than ideal commitment to the task of running between the wickets here for the SoCal Spikers. Earlier I said that they've looked very much more like the more assured side in terms of running between the wickets. Well, that has been proven to not be the case. You've had a couple of runouts in the last couple of overs. 7 wickets are now down, and all of a sudden it is anyone's game. It's almost as though the run rate doesn't matter. 29 runs in 23 balls is not easy, but 29 runs in 23 balls with only 3 wickets in hand makes it that much harder. And for much of this chase, the SoCal Spikers had the game under control, but I fear that they have given things away here in the last couple of overs. Yes, there has been tight bowling, but a couple of shambolic runouts would not have made things any easier. And that puts you in the position now of essentially defending against pretty ordinary situation. This situation does not work in your favor. Next delivery from the vice captain herself. This is going to be Advika Subramanian, continuing in over number 17. That is a dot. And all of a sudden, things have gotten that much more difficult. Dot ball means that the required rate is now almost 8, 7.91. You need 29 runs in the next 22 balls. And the batters are now going to be tasked with not just removing the pressure, but now actually needing to score runs. Lobbed in the air, they'll get a single here as it falls short of the fielder at mid-wicket. Two batters at the crease are going to be Radha Mahishi and Shreyasi Mukund. Shreyasi Mukund has been there longer, 2 from 6. Radha Mahishi off the mark with that single that you just saw. And all of a sudden, this game again has taken on a completely different feel in the last couple of overs, particularly with the 2 runouts. 28 runs away. Wrapped on the pad, umpire Yuvraj Singh says not out. Now the dot ball though, so that required rate now shot above 80. It's now at 84. And you do now get into the position of needing to prevent in any way possible the opportunity to have the SoCal Spikers pull this game out. It is now the Atlanta Super Lions game to lose, you would think. And more than anything else at this stage, you want to put yourselves in the position of being able to capitalize on the situation. Wide, that will certainly help the SoCal Spikers. The game is not over yet though, and your disciplines, absolutely cannot forget your disciplines, cannot miss out on your disciplines. And you've now put yourself in a position where you have to do the things that make you an excellent cricketing side. That would mean at this stage getting these next 2 balls in the right areas. 75 runs on the board, 7 wickets down, paddled into the short mid-wicket area, no run. Required rate 8.5. So that's going in the wrong direction for you for the SoCal Spikers. Radha Mahishi, none from make that 1 from 3. Shreyasi Mukund 3 from 7. Apologies. Radha is none from 3. And Shreyasi Mukund 3 from 7. Next delivery. Knocked her over. Fallen straight. Leg stump knocked back. 8 wickets down. 3 runs from the over, but the big wicket there. 75 for 8 after 17. So good bowling by the captain pays off. Advika Subramanian, vice captain, my apologies. Advika Subramanian gets that one full and straight, leg stump, knocked back, really middling leg. But importantly, just 2 wickets remaining now. And as if you need any more pressure, the required rate is now 9. So 27 needed from the last 3 overs. Things have now gone from bad to worse for the SoCal Spikers. And from where you are now, essentially you had the game under control for much of this game, but it is now slipping firmly into the grasp of the Atlanta Super Lions. New batters the new batter of the crease is now Alir Captain. Should be at the non-striker's end since that last ball was the last ball of the over. And going for the kill here are the Atlanta Super Lions. So Shreyasi Mukund 3 from 7. And then Alir Captain, new batter. It's going to be Michaela Augustin, the captain of the side, who smells blood in the water and wants to go for the kill. Opened the bowling, bowled overs 1 and 3. I think she looked very good. Over number 1 went for 7 runs, but it was a loose delivery that got put away for 4 and 3 wides. that was the result of that 7 runs. In her second over, 4 runs conceded, and 2 of those were wides. So when she gets it in the right areas, she can be dangerous. But my goodness, she sprays the first one down the leg side, and that puts you in position to get a run without having conceded a ball. So that wide brings to the crease, in fact, it's 2 runs, because not only is it a wide, but you ran the additional run because the keeper couldn't collect it. So 2 runs closer, 25 runs away here in the next 18 balls. But the new batter is now on strike. It's going to be O'Leary Catling. Full and straight would be the plan from here. She goes short in the air and put down right to backward point. And the run out opportunity is going to be missed as well. Straightforward chance. She looked to hit that one square. Spooned a pretty easy catch to backward point. Saw it all the way. Got to her waist height. And she put it down. So that was the opportunity to take wicket number 9. Let's see whether or not O'Leary Catling can capitalize on that life. My goodness, looking where you are now. Look again. For me, the best option here to the tail ender is full and straight. She goes short and pulled around the corner and passed backward square leg. It's running away down the hill close to the boundary. And it just stops short. They'll jog through for a couple. Boy, I've said it a couple times already. I really would want to see something full and straight. If you're bowling to a number 10 and then number 11 after, you would think the plan of action, the best way to get that batter out is to just target the base of off stump, the base of middle stump. Can't see at this stage the benefit in going short, and so far, just based on the way that she handled that first delivery, O'Leary Catling, she does not mind the short deliveries. I'd want to see something full and straight at the stumps. Go short again and again down the leg side and again for wide. So I don't think this is going the way that Michaela Augustine wants it to. You would think at this stage that the plan would be to just get the best delivery out of your armory that can target the stumps. Whether it be a slower delivery, whether it be something off cutter or something along those lines, but it has to be full. Have to get the new batter playing straight and playing down the ground and bringing the stumps and LBW into play. So far, that's not been what the captain has chosen to do. Again short, and again pulled around the leg side for a single. So that's the single that gets you that much closer to the target. 21 runs needed now from the next 16 balls. Required rate until coming down is now 7.8. But at this stage, now with the batter at the wicket has been there longer. Shreyas Mukund, 3 runs on her against her name, but she's been there for 7 deliveries. So get the sense that she's been there for a while, and whether or not she can maneuver things in such a way that you get something going positive is what you want to see from her. In the air, just landing out of the reach of the field at mid-on, and they'll get a single. So it's almost as though there is a very definitive plan to bowl short to O'Leary Catling. 3 from 3. Shreyas Mukund, now 4 from 8, is the one that Captain Michaela Augustine wants to go fuller to. So let's see if that pattern continues. I think the best delivery is something full and straight, but everything to O'Leary Catling so far has been short and at the body. Let's see whether or not she continues exactly with that plan. Here's the delivery. Full this time, but also wide, and that does hurt you. Yet another extra. Required rate down to 7.6. Getting back close into runnable territory here. 19 from 15 balls. And captain herself is having a long think. She's already run up 7 times in this over already. 3 of those have been wides. So she still has 2 legal balls to go here in the over. Umpire Edward Clark wants to move things along. He's exhorting the bowler to do exactly that. Goes short again and down the leg side. Yet another wide. And they'll get just 1 additional run. Oh, look at this. Run out opportunity almost presented itself. But there are the extra wides signaled. Boy, this is now becoming a major issue. 24 extras for the innings. Required rate under 7. You need 17 from 15. 17 from 15 at this stage becomes a walk in the park. Even with just 2 batters at the crease and 1 to come. Short run. Again down the leg side. When I said short run, I'm sorry, I meant the bowler came off the short run-up. So looking for ways to cut down on the waywardness, Michaela Augustin, she chose to put away the long run-up and just come off with 2 or 3 steps, but still not able to get the line right. Now she changes things again and going back to the full run-up. But this feels like the game, once again, in a game that has swung a couple of times, has swung a number of times, but this time swinging definitely back in the direction of SoCal. Played into the offside, no run. Big dot ball, applause from around the ground. Coaching staff really wanting the captain to close out strongly here. Last 2 balls of over number 18. You get the sense that she, Michaela Augustin, would be the one bowling the 20th over if it comes to that. How important is it now for the over number 19 you think would be bowled by Sahasra Gopalakrishnan? But let's get through this over first. Still 2 balls to come. Sprays it down the leg side yet again, but my goodness, it does clip the bat or the thigh pad on the way through. And my apologies, that was actually the last ball of the over. So 11 runs coming from the over. Big 11 runs. Because of those 11 runs, 7 of them came off of wides. So that is the end of over number 18. The last 2 overs, you need 16 runs, 86 for 8. Last 2 overs. 86 for 8. And it's actually going to be Advika Subramanian, who's bowled a really good spell. 2 overs, 1 for 5. Who bowled the penultimate over the innings. Often the most important over in a run chase. Oh, goes for the big drive, misses out on it. What I was referring to earlier, full and straight is where you want to be, and had that not bounced as much as it did, had it been just a touch fuller, that could have rattled the stumps. But importantly, it's a dot ball, so 16 needed now from 11. Getting close to the end of this match, and at this stage it is really impossible to say who is going to win this, who's going to be a nose in front. Full toss. Played to short mid-wicket. Run out opportunity here. Oh, she was gone by 10 yards. Had the bowler been able to collect that, Advika Subramanian not able to collect it. That throw came in from mid-wicket with some heat, but it was easily catchable. And had she been able to collect that and disturb the stumps, that would have been wicket number 9. They end up getting a single. There really was no chance there. Should not have been a chance for a single, but they do get one. So now you're 1 run closer. 15 runs needed in the air, and they'll get a single here also. a couple of singles. It's almost to the point where the batters are going to be running off of every ball. Last 3 balls coming up. 2 runs from the over so far. 14 runs needed. In 14 runs, they need to get them in 9 balls. Required rate. Maybe we stop mentioning the required rate at this stage. The 2 numbers that matter are 14 and 9. 14 runs, need to get them in 9 balls. So you're obviously going to have to go more than run a ball. Where do you manufacture additional runs here with your earlier Catling? Knocked her over. Full and straight is the plan. Full and straight it is. Off stump, knocked back. 9 wickets down. So that's what, in my mind, you'd want to do with a number 10 is just aim at the stumps, go full and straight. That's what Advika Subramanian does here. And that is wicket number 9 that falls. My goodness. Does that now mean that the Atlanta Super Lions are a nose in front? There's now the number 11 batter coming to the crease. It will not be easy, but my goodness, opportunities lost if they in fact do go on to lose this game. The SoCal Spikers will look back at the inability to manufacture runs in the right areas, and certainly losing wickets in a clump and losing wickets via the run-out route, which for me is the most shambolic of ways to be out. That becomes something that they'll need to pay attention to. So the new batter coming in, number 11, is going to be Saruthi Somasekar. Somasekar is a left-handed batter. And let's see what approach Advika Subramanian is going to take here. She is bowling over the wicket, so she stays over the wicket to the left-hander, which I believe is important. Maybe to a number 11, you think about coming in to target the stumps from around the wicket, but choosing to stay over the wicket. Here's the first ball. Paddle around the corner. She'll get at least 2. In fact, it will go all the way for 4. Look at that. Loose delivery from over the wicket, going down the leg side. And the new batter helps herself to 4 runs. 10 runs needed now from the last 7 balls of the innings. So Shreyasi Mukund at the non-striker's end and watching as it's going to be Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. Oh, my apologies, I'll get that in a second. It's going to be right in front of the stumps, no run here. So Saruthi Somasekar is the batter. And it's going to be Shreyasi Mukund exactly who's at the non-striker's end. But that ball puts you in a position now looking for 10 runs from the last over. How significant is this going to be? Because with the 2 batters at the crease, Shreyasi Mukund 5 from 11, and then Saruthi Somasekar 4 from the 1 ball that she faced. That puts you in the position of having a pretty straightforward requirement. 6 runs coming from the 19th over, so that means you're going into over number 20. You need 10 runs. Mokshana Maila. Going to be the bowler to bowl over number 20. Left armor. Bevy of left armors in the side today. Left armor from over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Shreyasi Mukund. 10 runs away from victory of the SoCal Spikers. Who is going to win this? Here's the first ball of over number 20. Skied in the air. Who wants it? It is put down. That could have been the end of the game. But now you have 9 runs remaining in 5 balls. Pretty bad miss that one because, yes, you take that catch, it is the end of the game. And it's now going to be the left-hander, Saruthi Somaseka. Faced 1 ball, put it away for 4. In fact, faced 2 balls. One of those 2 was put away for 4. And the 3rd ball is what she'll be facing now. No run there. So applause around the ground. 9 needed from 4. The game would have been finished had that catch been taken from the very first ball. But 4 good balls here from the left-handed bowler. And that is the end of the game. Full in the air. Put those taken. That is the end of the game. Straight to short cover. The catch is taken. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the game. Catch at short cover. That sees the end of the batter, Saruthi Somaseka. And all of a sudden, the Atlanta Super Lions hold their nerve at the end. The SoCal Spikers go down. That is the end of the match. Turns out that the Atlanta Super Lions hold on and win by the margin of 8 runs. So that easily could have been anyone's game. Not the best played games in terms of the basics, but an exciting game nonetheless. Going through the full scorecard. Sonia Dingankar 5 from 8. Aradhana Rajasekharan 4 from 13. Bhumika Avinash 3 from 6. Samiksha Sivakumar, top scoring, 21 from 24. Sia Thakur, 8 from 22. Devika Sutar, 3 from 9. Shreya Rathore, 10 from 10. Shreyasi Mukund, 6 from 12. Radha Mahishi, none from 4. Alira Catling, 4 from 6. Saruthi Somaseka, 4 from 4. 25 extras, that's something that they'll want to clean up. That is the batting side. For the bowlers, Michaela Augustine, 3 overs, 1 for 22. Sahasra Gopalakrishnan, 2 overs, none for 11. And then the rest of the bowlers had a part to play as well. Vainavi Kannan, 2 for 11. Ninan Shia, Nandakumar, 2 for 15. And 1 wicket for Shilaja Balanagiri, 1 for 7. And Advika Subramanian, 2 for 11. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the game. Tremendous effort by the SoCal Spikers, but they fall short by the margin of 8 runs. Atlanta Super Lions take victory here in the first match that we're covering in the National Women's Cricket League T20 New York Open 2025. That is the end of the match. We'll catch you here later on for the second match. Take care.